Emergency. This is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Good afternoon. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Secretary General, please.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 10160, establishing the Magna Carta for Barangays by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Irwin.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 10161, reinforcing, protecting, and managing the DepEd's ownership of lots occupied by public schools, providing for the summary titling of all real properties used as public school sites by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 10162, providing for the management and prevention of obesity by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10163, amending RA 7875, instituting National Health Insurance Program for all Filipinos and establishing the PhilHealth, and RA 11223, instituting universal health care for all Filipinos by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10164, providing stiffer penalties for violations of the revised Forestry Code by Representative Onabia.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 10165, establishing a modern library in the 1st Congressional District of Caloocan City by Representative Malapitan.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 10166, providing for the Magna Carta for aviation professionals and workers in the Philippines by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 10167, promoting the Philippine movie industry by providing tax incentives to local movie producers and cinema proprietors, lessees, and similar venue operators in the production and exhibition of Filipino films by Representative Magsino.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 10168, mandating the payment of hazard pay to all regional trial court judges in the Philippines by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 10169, prohibiting producers and manufacturers of baby food from adding sugar on their products by Representative Kahayon Uy.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10170, converting the Eastern Samar Provincial Hospital in Borongan City, Eastern Samar, into a tertiary level hospital and regional medical training center to be known as the Eastern Samar Training and Regional Medical Center by Representative Libanan.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10171, providing for the effective regulation of games of chance and similar activities, creating the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Commission by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Games and Amusement.
House Bill 10175, establishing the San Rafael of Bulacan Regional Hospital in San Rafael, Bulacan under the direct control and supervision of the DOH by Representative Silverio.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10177, setting the minimum compensation of barangay health workers by Representative Cojuangco Jaime Eduardo Mark.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 10179, providing for the modernization of the FIVOLCS by Representative Remulla.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 10180, promoting the development of Philippine shipbuilding and ship repair industry, ordaining reforms in government policies towards shipbuilding and repair in the Philippines by Representative Remulla.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 10182, providing for a 5-day special emergency leave for all workers in the public and private sectors directly affected by natural calamities or disasters by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 10183, providing promotion of government officials and employees upon compulsory retirement from government service by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 10184, establishing the Rosario M. Amante National High School in Doña Telesfora, Tubay, Agusan del Norte by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 10186, amending the law governing the substitution of candidates for the national and local elections, amending Section 77 of the Omnibus Election Code by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 10187, converting the PUP in General Luna, Quezon into a regular campus to be known as the PUP General Luna Campus by Representatives Suarez, Villaraza Suarez, and Arrogancia.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 10189, instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Migrant Workers by Representative Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 10190, amending RA 8182, authorizing the award of a project to the bidder in cases where there is only a single bidder by Representative Macapagal Arroyo.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 10191, expanding the jurisdiction of the Cebu Ports Authority, amending the charter of the Cebu Ports Authority by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 10193, providing a nursing home for the abandoned and neglected senior citizens, establishing a nursing home-like environment in every province in the Philippines by Representative Silverio.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 10194, converting the San Miguel District Hospital into the San Miguel of Bulacan Provincial Hospital in San Miguel, Bulacan by Representative Silverio.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 10195, providing for the modernization of the Philippine Coast Guard and appropriating funds therefore by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Delipe, Marcos, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1652, urging the Committee on Natural Resources to conduct an inquiry on the construction and operation of the Captain's Peak Resort located within the Chocolate Hills in Sagbayan, Bohol, by Representatives Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1653, urging the Committees on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and Natural Resources to conduct an investigation on the series of fires in several communities with impending infrastructure and reclamation projects in Cavite and its effects on fisher folks and residents by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1654, directing the Committee on Public Order and Safety to conduct an investigation on the recent Skyway counterflow incident that killed a motorcycle rider and review the road safety policies and regulations by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1655, urging the Committee on Energy to conduct an investigation for the review and reassessment of all required permits and clearances by the LGUs for the energization of household electric service connection of Sitio Electrification Program beneficiaries implemented by the electric cooperatives nationwide by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1656, congratulating and commending boxers Nestle Petesio and Ira Villegas for their victory in the first World Qualification Tournament held last March 12, 2024 in Italy by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1657, directing the Committee on Public Accounts to conduct an investigation on the alleged irregularities and violations in the procurement and importation of heavy equipment in Tayabas City, Quezon for the implementation of its comprehensive Barangay Road Network Development Program by Representative Tulfo Erwin.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1658, calling for exhaustive review of laws, regulations, procedures, and systems on integrated protected areas to address gaps, loopholes, and cracks in the NIPAS by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1659, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Edgardo Egay Villagracia Lim Salvame, Representative of the 1st Legislative District of Palawan during the 19th Congress, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Delipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1660, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Socorro Coring O. Acosta, former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Bukidnon during the 8th, 9th, and 10th Congresses, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Gonzales Aurelio, Delipe, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1662, expressing profound condolences and deepest sympathy of the House to the family and supporters of the late Representative Edgardo Egay Salvame of the 1st District of Palawan, by Representative Bolilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Various communications submitted by local government chief executives and local government units regarding their posting and reporting requirements of the fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the local government support fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee report number 1040, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bill 10192.
To the Committee on Rules. Thank you, Secretary General. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution number 1659, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Resolution 1659, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Edgardo Egay Villagracia Lim Salvame, as representative of the 1st Legislative District of Palawan during the 19th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1659 in consolidation with House Resolution 1662. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to adopt. There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 1659 in consolidation with House Resolution 1662. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1659 in consolidation of House Resolution 1662 hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we also consider House Resolution 1660. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
Secretary General, please.
House Resolution 1660, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Socorro Coring O. Acosta, former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Bukidnon during the 8th, 9th, and 10th Congresses.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1660.
There's a motion to adopt 1660. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1660 hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House and Senate have approved on third reading House Bill number 8841 and Senate Bill number 2572, respectively, on establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan. We have been informed that the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry, sponsors of House Bill number 8841, as well as the authors thereof, are in concurrence with the provisions of Senate Bill number 2572. With this information and in accordance with our rules, I move to adopt Senate Bill number 2572 as an amendment to House Bill number 8841. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to adopt Senate Bill number 2572 as amended or an amendment to the House Bill number 8841. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2572 is adopted as an amendment to House Bill number 8841. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for suspension of session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives your guests, Deputy Speaker of TUCP Party List Attorney Raymond Democrito Mendoza. We have Ms. Maria Cristina Angan from Mactan, Cebu International Airport.
Thank you, Majority Leader. On behalf of the House of Representatives, Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House. Ms. Angan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Representative of the 4th District of Quezon, Honorable Keith Maica, Attorney Mike Tan. We have guests from the Municipality of Calauag, Province of Quezon. They are Sangguniang Bayan members. We have councilors Marlon Noscal, Melvin Labasan, Marina Umali, Mildred Villarreal. We also have barangay captains Edwin Barcenas, Edwin Hutala, Jonathan Aban, Geraldo San Jose, Ruben Escobio, Rizani Trillanes, Romel Prieto, Armando Aban, Reynante Blanza, Rolando Banaag, Gemma Abella, Vina Angeli Hernandez, Doroteo Garcia, Judelo Guadamor, Jerry Rotas, Radi Obina, Ernesto Masinas, Fernando Mapusao, Alan Apondar, Francisco Gutierrez, Apolonio Legion Jr., Mary Joy Guillomas, Jose Fernandez, Maria Toribio, Ranilo Escobido, Antonio Monforte, Ana Liza Menor, Dennis Matibag, Serrano Agora, Ramil Sarto, Felipe Banico Jr. Also, we have some Sangguniang Bayan staff, Mary Christine Galvizo, Jessica Maulawin, and Miguel Mendoza.
To the guests of Honorable Keith Maica, Attorney Mike D.L. Tan, the 4th District of Quezon, to the Sangguniang Bayan members, and of course the barangay captains for the Municipality of Calauag, Quezon, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Peter B. Miguel from the 2nd District of South Cotabato. They are members of the League of Barangays in the province of South Cotabato, namely ABC President Marvin Ian C. Gumbao, Danilo B. De Los Santos, Sagin P. Monday, Erwin U. Dolente, Melvin G. Abris, Danilo S. Simtim, Oscar O. Magluyan, Hernando B. Palacio, Victor Enrico T. Malinaw, Jacinto Aballe, Dimson Floro, Mark P. Aguirre, Karen E. Bignayan, and Gloria C. Gule.
To the guests of Honorable Peter B. Miguel, Doc, of the 2nd District of South Cotabato, to the League of Barangays in the province of South Cotabato, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Maayong hapon kayo tanan. Salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of Honorable Peter B. Miguel from the 2nd District of South Cotabato, namely Eleanor A. Borge, Deborah Pader, Ruel Artil, Norberto T. Banaria, Leticia V. Decena, John L. Manaay, Terence J. Ejemplar, Gina Villacora, Carl Ulysses L. Aguilon, Jennifer Fernandez, Bobby Dilalamon, Roger Naraval, James S. Dailusan, Levi La Rosa, Nelvin Montaño, Clemente Bermudez Jr., Conrado Corneta, Joel P. Awan, Romeo Antang, Ronilo Agudo, Lorna Martinez, Anthony L. Peremne, Rudy S. Pagulong, Helen Pedrico, Elpidio Patarata, Rahib Mama, Evelyn M. Acogido, Vincent D. Tumulto, John Rolin Mondejar, Elizalde Hernaez, Onofre Opeña Jr., Debbie Grace D. Pendon, Liza F. Bermejo, and Ramon H. Ranyo Jr.
Thank you, Majority Leader. To the guests of Congressman Peter B. Miguel of 2nd District of South Cotabato, to the League of Barangays of South Cotabato, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Maayong hapon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of 2nd District Misamis Oriental Representative Yevgeny Vicente Emano. We have also the guests of Attorney Lordan Suwan of the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City and 1st District of Misamis Oriental Representative Christian Onabia. Our guests are from the local government officials of the Municipality of Tagoloan, Province of Misamis Oriental. We have the Municipal Mayor, Attorney Nadia Emano Elipe, Municipal Vice Mayor, Honorable Robinson Sabio, Sangguniang Bayan members Mika Sultan, Chiki Cosinco, Roger Achas, Attorney Kathleen Valdehueza Alfante, Carl Marx Agostero, Hani Analu Emano Doña, Armando Pomar, Attorney Odi Paduganan. Also, some Tagoloan LGU staff Rolando Seno, Catherine Calumnas, Jonathan Hoven, and Elizabeth Obao.
Thank you, Majority Leader. To the guests of Honorable Christian Onabia, 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Congressperson Attorney Lordan G. Suwan, 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City, and Congressperson Imano of the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, to the local government of the officials of the Municipality of Tagoloan, Province of Misamis Oriental, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, mayong pag-abot o welcome to the House of Representatives. Mayong hapon, inyong tanan. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Kindly repeat, Majority Leader.
With leave of the House, Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there an objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Bienvenido Abante, to avail of the privilege hour.
Congressperson Abante, you are recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. I just came back from attending the conference in Washington, D.C. last week. And I just would like to make a report to our colleagues today. First of all, I'd like to just appreciate our President in initiating the Bagong Pilipinas movement, which I believe is giving a brand new commitment for the Filipino people. I also would like to thank our Speaker for allowing me to go to Washington, D.C. to represent the House and the country to the Global Council for Political Renewal. I would like to just read to you the statements that I made in my speech as I was given the opportunity to speak in behalf of our country to the Global Council for Political Renewal. I said, I am a Filipino, inheritor of a glorious past, hostage to the uncertain future. As such, I must prove equal to a twofold task: the task of meeting my responsibility to the past and the task of performing my obligation to the future. These statements that I just mentioned to you were the famous words of the late Carlos P. Romulo Sr., a notable diplomat and educator whose immense contribution to the work of the United Nations led him to become the first Asian to hold the position of presidency of the Fourth UN General Assembly in 1949 to 1950, and served as president of the UN Security Council 4 times. The Philippines, as a founding member state, among the 51 original member states, and only one of the 4 Asian nations who signed the United Nations Charter in 1945, has proven in its stellar past a distinctive character of its readiness to join other states in their bid to build freedom, justice, and peace among nations. I continued on, Mr. Speaker, by saying that at the regional level, the Philippines plays a major role in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, where cooperation with the other 9 member states is imbued with a, as I quote, shared commitment and collective responsibility to enhance regional peace, security, and prosperity, end of quote, among its members. It is with the same fervor, then, that this humble representation from the 6th District of Manila realigns our country's solid history of international alliance with friendly nations with the noble purpose of the GCPR, which is, as has been said, to promote cooperation among politicians across the world, encourage a high standard of ethics and civic discourse in political life, and strive for global justice and peace. I said further, Mr. Speaker, as we all bring into this hallowed hall the peculiar experiences we have as politicians, statesmen, and public officials, please allow me to articulate our nation's paradigm shift to what has been dubbed as the New Philippines, or Bagong Pilipinas in native language, which is a new platform of governance launched by the administration of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. The chief executive has envisioned Bagong Pilipinas as a renewed perspective of viewing the nation and an encouragement for every Filipino to transform our own idea of being a Filipino. In his speech, President Marcos has called for transformation that is rooted in our history, a transformation of our economy, of governance, of society as Bagong Pilipinas disassociates itself from narrow political interests or self-serving manipulations of certain politicians. In attendance, Mr. Speaker, to this global Council for Political Renewal were members of the Senate of different countries and members of parliament in different countries. I have to tell them of the good news of what is being done in the Philippines today by this administration. The need, as I've said, for transformation cannot be overemphasized at this juncture of our glorious past. From a nation who bravely fought for independence from our colonizers, the Philippines has emerged as a country known for its genuine respect for democratic ideals and principles, for having a constitution that not only articulates an article on Bill of Rights and promotes family as a basic social institution, but also engenders respect for institutions such as the executive, legislative, and the judiciary branch of the government, and the processes created under these structures for nurturing a culture of care and warm hospitality for peoples of different race and creed who both visit our country, and for exhibiting natural resilience in times of disasters and difficulties. I also echoed to the members of the GCPR, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, as I say today, our country's blueprint for success has been brilliantly laid out in Ambition Natin 2040, where all Filipinos are envisioned to enjoy a strongly rooted, comfortable, and secure life by 2040. Our aspirations must enable all of us to, I quote, enjoy a stable and comfortable lifestyle, secure in the knowledge that we have enough for our daily needs and unexpected expenses, that we can plan for our own and our children's future, that our family lives together in a place of our own and have the freedom to go where we desire, protected and enabled by a clean, efficient, and fair government. End of quote. Further, Mr. Speaker, I informed them of what is being done in the House of the People. As I've said, in my committee, the Committee on Human Rights in the House of Representatives, we have approved several priority measures, such as the Human Rights Defenders Act, that seeks to recognize and preserve the rights of a human rights defender, who is defined as any person who acts or seeks to act to protect, promote, or strive for the protection and realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms and welfare of the people at the local, national, regional, and international levels. The right to adequate food act, which makes it a state obligation and responsibility to guarantee such right and ensures availability, accessibility, and adequacy of food. The Internal Displaced Persons Act, which promotes and protects the right of IDPs in situations of armed conflict, generalized violence, clan wars, violation of human rights, implementation of development projects, enduring natural human-induced and human-made hazards. The National Preventive Mechanism Against Torture Act, which is an international obligation of the Philippine government when it acceded to the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture in 2012. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the Commission on Human Rights Charter Act, which formally recognizes the CHR as the National Human Rights Institution, defining its powers granted under the Constitution. Eleanor Roosevelt once said, and I quote, "It is essential above all that in making history, we do not forget to learn by history, to see our mistakes as well as our successes, our weaknesses as our strength." End of quote, spoken by Miss Eleanor Roosevelt in 1962. And I made a challenge to the GCPR. As the GCPR moves forward in its objectives, let our nation's history be the lamppost of our discourse. While peace is an ideal state of things, it remains to be elusive as it is. And its universality can only be attained if all of us, leaders and citizens, unite in our commitment to render full respect for universal human rights, for a transformative and restorative justice, and not retributive, and for the rule of law, transparency, and accountability. My speech, Mr. Speaker, was even commented by some to be a very passionate and dynamic speech of a Filipino representative. And I would like to thank the House for letting me and allowing me to be there, that I might be able to inform them that we in the House of Representatives are doing everything we can that human rights will be restored. That human rights is very, very important in our country. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleague.
Maraming salamat, gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, Representative Abante. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Bienvenido Abante to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There is a motion to refer the speech, the privileged speech of Representative Abante. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6558 and Senate Bill number 2386 on instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Bicameral Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill 6558 and Senate Bill number 2368. All those in favor, say aye. All those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. The said Bicameral Conference Committee report is hereby ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that Journal number 61, dated March 13, 2024, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Journal number. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of Journal number 61 dated March 13, 2024 is dispensed with, and the same is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes. Move to suspend session, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives The guests of Representative of the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, Evgeny Vicente Bambi Emano, 1st District Cagayan de Oro City Representative Attorney Lordan Suwan, 1st District Misamis Oriental Representative Christian Unabia. The guests are friends and hardworking people from the beautiful province of Misamis Oriental. We have from the District Office of Representative Bambi Emano, Mariel Escabarte, Janie V. Ann Mahino, from the Municipality of Tagoloan, Misamis Oriental, Marlon Tadeo Adahar, Glenn Adahar Abella, Eden Sabuero Gabitano, Joel Abrogenia Sampulio, Janibel Velasco Dofiliz, Diana Roy Dorilag Dofiliz, Jovelyn Javier Lazos, Haminiz Adame Lazos, Nino Labanon, Glendel Yanes Baptisma. From El Salvador City of Misamis Oriental, we have Rafi Rivera Becerres, Crizia Grace Labusan Becerres. From the Municipality of Initao, Misamis Oriental, we have Mark Harvey Seblero Villardo, Lani Gabia Villardo. From the Municipality of Nawan, Misamis Oriental, we have Felma Balabat, Noe Abrinica Mabaylan. From the Department of Education of Misamis Oriental, we have Rafunzel Dumagtoy Epanis, Linda Gonzalez Dael, and from the Department of Public Works and Highways of Misamis Oriental, we have Dennis Alim Judaya and Cindy Alim Judaya.
Thank you, Majority Leader. To the guests of the Congressperson Sunabia, 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Congressperson Swan of the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro City, and 2nd District, Misamis Oriental, Congressperson Bambi B. Mano, to district offices of the 2nd District and all of Misamis Oriental, welcome to the House of Representatives. Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Maayong pagabot on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Commission on Appointments as members Representative Raul Boboy C. Topas, Vice Rep. Oscar G. Malapitan, and Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino, Vice Representative Ferhenil Biron. To the Committee on National Defense and Security, as Chairperson, Representative Oscar Malapitan, Vice Rep. Raul Boboy Tupas, as Vice Chairperson, Rep. Raul Boboy C. Tupas. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as Chairperson, Representative Ferhenil Biron, Vice Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino, as Vice Chairperson, Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Marino. To the Special Committee on Basis Conversion, as Chairperson, Representative Jefferson Konghun, Vice Rep. Representative Faustino Ino D. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to elect various members to the various committee. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. Motion is thereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Kung doon may ipangita, kana.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Representative of the 2nd District of Zamboanga, Sibugay, of Honorable Antonieta Atetata Udela. We have Ms. Rosalie Lamparero, Ms. Arlene Prudente, Ms. Lydia Patrata, Ms. Gina Taroza, Mr. Aldrin Francis Ramiso, and Ms. Hermie Pontanar.
On behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, maayong pag-abot diri sa Kongreso, welcome to the House of Representatives. Maayong hapon kayong tanan. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we ask for suspension?
Suspension. Session suspended. Break lang na karon. Nag-break lang na karon, mabalik na ka. Kuwat lang ang action mo, kapit na. Normal man na sir, nagkuwat. Pero mabalik kita definitely. Ano home nun, namin mga paano sila kining nagulat lang na yeah, sir. They're watching sir. Ay, ma-acknowledgement, sir, sa guest. Nakuman naman na to. Una sila murag, will check lang ako. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1437 as contained in Committee Report number 982, and may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the said resolution.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House, House Resolution 1437, a resolution directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry on the reported inspection of a warehouse in Valenzuela City, which led to the discovery of 1.428 billion worth of allegedly illegal electronic cigarettes bearing the mark Flava, with the end in view of abating the proliferation of illicit trade by introducing remedial legislation as may be necessary.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the finding and recommendations contained in Committee Report number 982.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution 1437. All those in favor, say aye. All those not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1437 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of Committee Report number 1030 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the said committee report.
Secretary General, please proceed.
Committee Report 1030, motu proprio inquiry in aid of legislation into the implementation gaps regarding Republic Act number 7432 as amended, otherwise known as the Senior Citizens Act, and Republic Act number 7277 as amended, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for persons with disability, and policies that provide discounts, incentives, and tax exemptions for persons with disabilities and senior citizens.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the findings and recommendations contained in the Committee Report number 1030.
There's a motion for adoption for the findings and the recommendations contained in the Committee Report 1030. All those in favor, say aye. All those who are not in favor, say nay. The ayes have it. Committee Report 1030 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended. no?
Alam mo rin,
Ay, kulang pa mag-signature sa senador eh. Kulang dalawa. Hindi nagsasign yung iba. Si Brother Utul mo nagsign na. Pati si isa, pero yung iba, sana mababa dito. Uh, Magka-card procedure. RBH dito na. Naka-table lang. I think pagkatapos nito, bababa siya.
boss.
Pati mata ka maginaw pag ako.
Ano pag ganito ko sa asawa ko, yung tawa ng tawa? Ang ginagawa niya ngayon, ginagawa niya ngayon.
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read the titles of said measures.
Secretary General, please proceed.
Additional reference of business, messages from the Senate. Message dated March 19, 2024, which was received by the House of Representatives on March 20, 2024, informing the House that on March 18, 2024, the Senate approved the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2492 and House Bill number 7819, declaring the Philippine Maritime Zones.
To the Committee on the Rules.
Message dated March 19, 2024, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed the following House bills without amendment. House Bill number 7768, creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Bulacan, and House Bill number 7769, creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Iloilo.
To the Committee on the Rules.
Committee report number 1, additional reference of business, committee report number 1041, submitted by the Committee on Justice on House Bill number 10214, entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Jian Guohu, recommending its approval and substitution of House Bill number 6568.
The Committee on the Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of the people of the 1st District of Palawan, I move to designate Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez as a legislative caretaker of the 1st District of Palawan. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez is designated as the legislative caretaker of the 1st District of Palawan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we authorize all committees to conduct meetings and/or public hearings if deemed necessary during the House recess from March 21st, 2024 to April 28th, 2024. So move.
There is a motion to authorize committees to conduct meetings from March 21 to April 28, 2024. Is there no objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is therefore approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on 3rd reading House Bill number 9710 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 9710, an act revoking the legislative franchise granted to Suarasug Media Corporation, operating under the business name Sunshine Media Network International, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 11422, entitled An Act Renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Suarasug Media Corporation under Republic Act number 8122, entitled An Act Granting the Suarasug Media Corporation of the Philippines a franchise to construct, install, operate and maintain for commercial purposes radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on 3rd reading of House Bill number 9710. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Momentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bordado, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes. Please allow me to explain my vote later. Thank you.
After the vote. Thank you. Secretary General, please continue.
Bulutbeg Tang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos.
Mr. Speaker,
Congresswoman Rosas, please proceed.
yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you, Representative Rosas. Secretary General, proceed, please.
Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Castro, please proceed.
my vote to House Bill 9710 is yes, and I will explain my vote later.
Duly noted. Secretary General, please proceed.
Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Manuel, please.
my vote for the bill is yes, and I would like to explain my vote.
Thank you, Representative Manuel. Secretary General, please.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tanuatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill 9710. Advincula, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Fariñas, Garcia Vincent, Gonzaga, Marcoleta, Romero, Romulo, Ungab, Valmayor, Velasco, Villanueva, Villar.
With 284 members voting in favor, 4 against, and 4 abstentions, House Bill number 9710 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bordado for him to explain his vote.
Honorable Bordado, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the highest regard for the freedom of the press and the freedom of expression. But, Mr. Speaker, freedom requires responsibility. That was why, Mr. Speaker, I defended ABS-CBN to the hilt during the 18th Congress. When you trifle or do away with this responsibility, however, then we transform freedom into systematic oppression and repression. Mr. Speaker, as Sigmund Freud attested, and I quote, most people do not really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility, and most people are frightened of responsibility, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I therefore vote yes. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Bordado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Honorable
Thank you,
Arlene
Mr.
Brosas, please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation votes yes to House Bill 9710, an act revoking the legislative franchise of the Kibuloy-owned Sunshine Media Network International or SMNI. Mahalagang panukalang ito para matigil ang SMNI na isa sa mga makinarya ni Kibuloy at Duterte sa pagpapakalat ng disinformasyon at red tagging laban sa mga progresibong individual. SMNI violated Section 4 of its franchise grant on its responsibility to the public for its failure to deliver truthful and balanced reporting to its audience. It also violated Section 7 on self-regulation about the numerous allegations, indictments, and findings surrounding its involvement in red tagging and fake news peddling. Ni isang beses hindi sumipot si Kibuloy sa kahit anong hearing sa komite. Ni isang beses hindi niya hinarap ang mga mabibigat na issue sa kanyang ipinupukol sa kanyang kumpanya. Noong nakaraan, sinabi ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ Legal Counsel na si Dina Tolentino Fuentes na si former President Rodrigo Duterte ay itinalaga nila bilang administrator ng KOJC Properties. Pero maging ang dating Pangulo hindi nagpaliwanag o humarap sa komite. Todo man red tag sa mga aktivista pero hindi makaharap sa taong bayan. This serves as evidence of their unwillingness to take responsibility for the widespread dissemination of fake news and disinformation by SMNI. While freedom of the press is a fundamental right that should be protected, it does not extend to the spread of misinformation and lies. SMNI does not have the right to claim that the revocation of their franchise is an issue of press freedom when they are actively spreading misinformation. Press freedom comes with responsibilities, including adhering to journalistic ethics and standards of accuracy. When media outlets fail to uphold these principles and engage in the dissemination of false information, they undermine the public's trust and contribute to the erosion of democratic discourse. Therefore, the revocation of SMNI's franchise is not an infringement on press freedom, but rather a necessary measure to address the dissemination of false information. Pero isang bahagi lang lamang ito sa napakaraming krimen ni Kibuloy sa taong bayan. Ang hamon sa atin dito sa Kongreso, imbestigahan ang mga kaso ng sexual abuse and child sex trafficking laban kay Kibuloy. Ang ganitong si Kibuloy must be held accountable for the various crimes he has committed against women and children. With that, Mr. Speaker, this representation casts a yes vote to the revocation of the legislative franchise of SMNI.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Rosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro for her explanation.
Honorable Castro, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto ang ACT Teachers Party List ng yes sa House Bill 9710 or an act revoking the legislative franchise granted to Suara Sug Media Corporation operating under the business name Sunshine Media Network International, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 11422. Ang SMNI hindi maihanay sa media at hindi maihilantulad sa mga tunay na mga media. Sa katunayan, ang SMNI ay kinasangkapan ng nakaraang Duterte administration para mang-red tag at magkalat ng mga fake news. Ginamit itong plataforma ng NTF-ELCAC upang magpakalat ng kasinungalingan at magparatang na komunista ang kung sino-sinong walang basihan. Pangunahing biktima ni dating Pangulong Duterte, ng NTF-ELCAC at ng SMNI ay ang mamamayang nating nagpapahayag ng hinaing sa gobyerno at mga aktivista na naghahangad ng tunay, makatao at makapilipinong pagbabago. Malayong-malayo sa mga tunay na media na bine-verify muna ang kanilang mga impormasyon at sources bago nila ilathala. Hindi man minamandato ng batas, ang mga tunay na media ay sumusunod sa Broadcast Code of 2007 na inilabas ng KBP o ng Kabisanan ng mga Broadcaster ng Pilipinas. Dagdag pa rito, ang iba pang mga issue at usapin tulad ng pagbabaliwala ni Pastor Kibuloy, ang mga patawag ng Kongreso kung kaya't naglabas ng subpina ang House of Representatives at ang Senate. Pangalawa, ang pagiging nasa most wanted list ng US FBI ang founder ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ na si Kibuloy dahil sa mga kaso niyang human trafficking, rape, sexual abuse, and violence of women and children. Hindi dapat ihanay ang SMNI sa iba pang mga media tulad ng ABS-CBN, GMA, TV5, Bulatlat, Altermedia at iba pa. Para ba itong isang insulto sa marangal na propesyon ng tunay na media at media practitioners? Sa mga dahilang ito, bumoboto ang kinatawang ito ng yes sa House Bill 9710. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Castro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Manuel for his explanation.
Honorable Manuel, please proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ang boto ng kabataan sa House Bill 9710 na naglalayong ipatigil ng tuluyan ang pag-allocate ng airwaves sa SMNI. Matapos ang maraming hearing sa Antas Komite at ang 30-day suspension ng SMNI, hindi nagpakita ng pagbabago ang istasyon na ito. Pinaninindigan nito ang fake news, disinformation at red tagging na ginagawa ng mga anchor at talent nito. Kaya walang duda na plataporma ang SMNI para sa panlilinlang at pagpapakalat ng mga kasinungalingan sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi rin dapat magkubli sa konsepto ng press freedom ang SMNI. Inabuso nito ang prangkisang iginawad sa kanila noon at sa katunayan, kalaban ng press freedom ang SMNI dahil sila mismo ay nanred tag at nagpakalat ng mga kasinungalingan laban sa mga alagad ng media na nasa mainstream man, sa alternative media o maging sa campus press. Dagdag pa, hindi dapat payagan ang pambabaluktot ng SMNI sa press freedom. Hindi kailanman saklaw ng press freedom ang fake news at ang red tagging. Sa ating mga kababayan na subscriber ng SMNI, hindi po tayo magkakalaban dito. Pare-pareho tayo naghahangad ng katotohanan, kapayapaan at kaunlaran sa bansa. Ngunit hindi iyan mangyayari hanggat may mga taong nagpoposturang alagad ng media o alagad ng Diyos, pero sa totoo ay mga alagad ng salapi at ginagamit pa ang Diyos para sindihan ang mga mapanghating naratibo at para pag-awayin ang mga Pilipino laban sa Pilipino tungo sa pagkamit nila ng pansariling interes. Sa mga ordinaryong kababayan naman natin na umaasa sa SMNI para sa kanilang kabuhayan, ang gusto nating tiyakin, magiging responsibilidad ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno ang maayos na transition para sa mga empleyado ng SMNI at titiyakin din na mabigyan sila ng sapat na media training para di na sila muli maging mga ahente ng mga nakatataas na opisyal ng SMNI na fake news peddler at red tagger. Mr. Speaker, hindi natatapos sa panukalang ito ang mga dapat nating gawin. Actually, this bill also serves as a test on the consistency of the Marcos Jr. administration in its standards and efforts against fake news and red tagging. Coordinated fake news postings are still rampant in the online world, targeting vulnerable demographics in the population to spread false versions of history and deodorize the performance of the current administration. The Filipino people and the international community must also be aware that National Task Force LCAC, chaired by the Chief Executive Marcos Jr. himself, is still conducting red tagging seminars in universities, schools, and LGU gatherings to disseminate the hateful rhetoric popularized by former President Rodrigo Duterte. And TF-LCAC has not stopped going house to house to gather information and intimidate advocates and organizations. This puts aside the recommendation of already 2 UN Special Rapporteurs to defund this government body that perpetuates red tagging and partners with SMNI to pollute people's minds with fake news. Dahil po dyan, Mr. Speaker, again, yes ang ating boto.
Thank you, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading resolution of both houses number 7 and hereby direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure and after call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General.
Resolution of both Houses number 7. A resolution of both Houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly on Articles 12, 14, and 16. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of resolution of both houses number 7. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbizon, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado,
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Bordado.
my vote is no, and again, kindly allow me to explain my vote later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted, Honorable Bernardo. Secretary General.
Bosita, Briones, Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted, Honorable Brosas. Secretary General.
Buhain, Bulutbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayun Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later.
Noted, Honorable Castro. Secretary General.
Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mart, Ko Juanco Mart, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman,
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congressman
my
Honorable
vote is no,
Lagman.
and I will explain my vote at the proper time.
Duly noted, Honorable Lagman. Secretary General, please proceed.
Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Raul.
I vote no to RBH 7. I have 7 reasons. I would like to explain them later. Thank you.
Salamat gid, Honorable Raul Manuel. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I would like to make a brief explanation later why I'm in favor of constitutional amendments.
Thank you. Duly noted. Secretary General, please continue.
Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of resolution of both houses number 7. Advincola, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Garcia Vincent, Gonzaga, Marcoleta, Ungab, Valmayor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I know how my vote was registered?
Majority Leader.
May we direct the Secretary General to...
Honorable members, it's affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I now explain my vote?
If you may, honorable members, we may have to announce the vote and then we will proceed to recognize you. Thank you. With 289 affirmative votes, 7 negative votes, and 2 abstentions, resolution on both houses number 7 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Barbers for his explanation.
Honorable Barbers, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes yes to resolution of both houses number 7. I vote yes because I believe that the proposed amendments to certain economic provisions are necessary to effect changes in the way we allow foreign investments in our country. No constitution is cast in stone. We even have a provision prohibiting amendments only for the first 5 years. This is a testament to the fact that depending upon the circumstances, amendments may be introduced to make our charter attuned to the needs of the times. It's been 37 years, Mr. Speaker. I do not see anything wrong if we allow foreign capital to manage some of our public utilities. If they have the technology and the knowledge, by all means, we should welcome them. They will provide employment to our people who can then provide food on the family table. If foreign, highly regarded and revered educational institutions can set up shop here, it will be of great honor. Our schools will not close shops just because of the competition. On the contrary, they will be encouraged to improve their quality of instructions to the best interest and benefit of our students. After all, what have we got to lose? we are now consistently falling and lagging behind our neighbors in academic performance. The academic brain drain might slow down if our better teachers can be hired here and need not seek teaching jobs abroad. All these intentions are not to the detriment of the people, but rather for the improvement of their lives. That is pretty obvious, Mr. Speaker. To insinuate otherwise is sheer paranoia. I vote yes because I know that we are not violating any law or even the Constitution as we go through this whole process. Article 17, Section 1, Paragraph 1, in its plain language and simple text states, any amendment to or revision of this Constitution may be proposed by the Congress upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. The plain and simple meaning is not hard to understand, and there is no need for any other interpretation since there is no ambiguity. Congress may propose amendments at any time, but it needs a 3/4 vote of all its members. Absent any qualification on the manner of how a bicameral Congress may vote, the process that we took cannot be said to be violative of this provision. It is really that simple that even non-lawyers will fully understand. Should the proposed amendments hurdle the required votes in Congress, the real litmus test will be in the plebiscite. Congress may only propose amendments. It is the people who would decide whether to accept them by ratification or reject them in a plebiscite called for the purpose. That is what this Constitution mandates and imposes. No more, no less. Once ratified, they become a permanent part of the Constitution until amended. Thus, whatever is meant and embodied therein reflects the true will of the people that not even the courts can reverse. Should the amendments eventually empower Congress to effect changes in policies and principles by passing and/or amending laws, it is the will of the sovereign that it be so, and that cannot be unconstitutional. This, in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, is the entire essence of this exercise that we are undergoing. If it were up to me, though, I would not stop at these proposed amendments. To me, the economic problems are more the results of certain political provisions. For instance, we now have elections practically every year without counting the possible plebiscite. We had the following: national presidential elections last 2022, the barangay SK elections last October 2023, then the midterm elections next year in 2025, and a few months after, another barangay and SK elections. Then if things go as usual, national, presidential, and barangay SK elections every 3 years thereafter. How many billions of our precious resources are spent in every election? Yet we claim that our economy has fallen in the gutters and we are at the bottom of the pit. Can a country such as ours, with thousands of politicians, down to the smallest units of government, the barangay of more than 42,000 nationwide and counting, ever make use of its scarce resources in the wisest manner? Or will the huge bureaucracy continue to eat up the bulk of the budget to give salaries to its civil servants? Instead of being able to use these resources, Mr. Speaker, on much-needed infrastructure, transportation, and communication projects, the things that investors have been pointing out as severely lacking in our country. We are forced to sustain thousands of local politicians and millions of people in the government sector. This is the sad reality which our country can never afford to sustain perpetually. Yet advocates of, quote, "This is not the time to amend the Constitution," want our people to believe that our government can afford to sustain this from here to eternity. They couldn't care less if our external debt continues to soar, yet they criticize every administration of being the cause and that these debts fuel massive corruption. What an unfortunate, ironic, and hypocritical outlook, Mr. Speaker. If we are able to channel these resources to projects, people will find work. If these projects bear fruit in the form of investments, people will have work. Perhaps even our OFWs will be able to find local employment. If we are able to use these scarce resources to slowly pay off our debts, our children's children may never have to pay enormous taxes on almost everything we consume and all endeavors we enter into. The sooner we realize this, the sooner we can resolve the matter. Another political provision that needs amendment concerns the lack of qualifications for people who seek elective positions. Besides being able to read and write, no other substantial educational and or professional qualifications, nor the much-needed work experience is required under the present Constitution. Mas dinidisqualify pa ang walang pera na kandidato at sinasabing nuisance dahil hindi daw makakamount ng isang credible campaign for lack of funds kesa i-disqualify for lack of educational or work experience.
Honorable Barbers, with much respect, please conclude, sir.
I will wrap it up, Mr. Speaker. For an applicant janitor in government service to be considered, he or she must present at least a high school diploma or its equivalent. Yet we sometimes look lowly at them. But for anyone seeking a government position, educational attainment is not required. With this predicament, how can we ever improve our country's economic status in the global stage? Can we also examine the multiple political party system under the present charter that allows the proliferation of all kinds of political parties that gives way to the prevalence of and nurtures political butterflies? These are but some of the political provisions that, to my humble mind, truly affect the economic status of our country. Until we open our eyes and accept that these flawed constitutional provisions need immediate amendments, we should not complain about our social, economic, and political stagnation. We are called leaders for a reason. People put us here because we promised them a better life and a better future. Let us put our money where our mouth is. Mr. Speaker, I remain hopeful that RBH 7 could be the spark to trigger genuine reforms in government and governance and instill and bring back values to us politicians and the electorate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Congressman Barbers. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we remind all our members to wish to explain their vote that you have a 3-minute time limit. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bordado for his explanation.
Honorable Bordado, you're recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, laws can be amended by the usual process of legislation. Local ordinances likewise go through the same process. Memorandum circulars are superseded by the issuance and publications of new ones. Amending the Constitution, however, is a different ballgame altogether. Unlike ordinary statutes, the Constitution can only be amended through people's initiative, a constituent assembly, or a constitutional convention. The process is long, arduous, and expensive. In short, the framers of the Constitution made certain that the Charter cannot be changed that easily. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has purposely made the process of amendment or revision to be so for 2 reasons. First, like the virtue of stability in the context of the rule of law, constitutional stability is essential in any civilized society. And second, to ensure that any change in the fundamental law is not arbitrary, but for a real, valid, and exigent cause. Mr. Speaker, the objectives for the proposed amendments are, to quote, liberalize industries, promote efficient service delivery, and foster competition. Second, to ensure that Filipino children receive the best training so as to become globally competitive. And third, to attract foreign direct investment in the advertising industry. Mr. Speaker, these ends can be met without the proposed amendments. Proper implementation of the existing mechanisms is the key. Imagine the time, the effort, and the resources that will be taken away to resolve more pressing matters such as poverty alleviation, educational budget cuts, and agrarian reform, to name a few. These are the real, valid, and exigent issues that require genuine governmental attention and action. And to think, Mr. Speaker, that our total national debt will soon breach the 15 trillion peso mark. I therefore vote no to RBH number 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Bordado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Honorable Brosas, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation firmly opposes the full liberalization or allowing 100% foreign ownership in public utilities, educational institutions, and advertising. Pagtitibayin at sesementohan lamang nito ang mga patakarang neoliberal at tatanggalin ang mga restriksyon para ganap na makapag-ari at lalong makapandambong ang mga dayuhan sa ating lupain at ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Sa ating mahabang karanasan sa foreign direct investments, puro matatamis ngunit napapakong pangako ang dala nito. Mahal pa rin ang bilihin, serbisyo at utilities gaya ng kuryente at tubig. Lubusang lumiit kung hindi man tuluyang bumagsak ang agricultural and manufacturing sectors. Nananatiling pinakamahirap ang mga magsasaka, mangingisda, habang binabarat pa rin ang sahod ng mga manggagawa. Hindi sasagutin ng pagpasok ng mga dayuhan ang matagal ng problema ng nananatiling komersyalisado at kolonyal na edukasyon sa ating bansa. Hindi ito sang-ayon sa layunin ng edukasyon na itaguyod ang makabayan na paghuhubog ng kaisipan at kamalayan ng kabataan at sambayan ng Pilipino. Hindi pa man nasasakatuparan ang hangarin ng saligang batas na siguraduhin at paunlarin ang paghuhubog ng nasyonalismo at patriotismo sa edukasyon, gayon din ang pampublikong utilidad na mahalaga para sa industrialisasyon at tunay na reforma sa lupa. Tatanggalin pa ng RBH number 7 ang mga restriksyon na proteksyon para sa pagpapayaman ng sariling atin. Bukod ba dito, naniniwala tayong wala sa ayos, wala sa tama ang isinasagawang proseso ngayon ng pagbabago ng konstitusyon na malinaw na hindi naman nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. Nananatili rin tayong mapagbantay sa anumang hidden agenda kaugnay ng RBH 7 at iba pa ang klase ng tsa-tsa. At tututulan natin ang anumang tangka sa pagtatanggal sa pagbabawal sa base militar, armas nuklear at patakarang gera pabor sa Estados Unidos at iba pang mga dambuhalang ekonomiya. Dagdag pa dito, tututulan rin natin ang posibleng pag-alis sa umiiral na term limit para magpalawig pa sa poder ng Administrasyong Marcos, mga dinastiyang politikal at iba pang mga kasapakat nito. Isulong ang agenda ng kababaihan at sambayanan, tutulan ng tsa-tsa ng iilan, lupa, sahod, kabuhayan, serbisyo, karapatan, hustisya at soberanya. Ito ang mga panawagan ng mga kababaihan para sa pagbabago. Pagbabagong panlipunan, hindi pagbabago ng charter. For all these reasons, Gabriela Women's Party votes no to RBH number 7.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Brosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Castro for her explanation.
Honorable Castro, you may have,
Maraming salamat,
the floor. Thank you,
Long
ma'am. Please
Speaker.
proceed.
Para lang ang boto po ng kinatawang ito sa RBH number 7 ay no. Para lang mabigyan daan ng pagbubukas ng usapin ng tsa-tsa ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr., maraming kinansel ang Kongreso na committee meetings at labis na pinaikli ang plenary session sa loob ng 2 linggo, February 26 hanggang March 6. Imbis na talakayin natin ang mga panukalang tunay na sasagot sa problema ng ating mga manggagawa, magsasaka, mangingisda, guro, kabataan, OFWs, mga biktima ng paglabag ng karapatang pantao at iba pa, ang tsa-tsa para sa 100% owner ownership sa pamamagitan ng paglalagay ng unless otherwise provided by law ang ating inaatupag. Tila ba minamaliit nating lubos ang kakayanan ng mga Pilipino? Talamak ang colonial mentality kung saan mistulang tinuturing na tagapagligtas ang banyaga at ang foreign direct investments. Parang ibinabalik tayo sa panahon ng kolonyalismo ng Espanya, Amerika at Hapon kung saan turing sa atin ay walang kakayahan at second-class citizen sa ating lupang sinilangan. Tinulugan ng kasalukuyan at ng mga nakalipas na administrasyon ang pambansang industrialisasyon. Tapos ngayon, ina-expect natin na ang mga dayuhan ang magbibigay sa atin ito. Mayaman ang Pilipinas pero naghihirap ang sambayanang Pilipino. Iniluluwas ang ating murang lakas na yaman sa ibang bansa habang ini-import natin ang mga mahal na mga produkto ng ibang bansa. Bakit nga ba nangingibang bansa ang ating mga OFW? Dahil mas mataas ang sahod sa ibang bansa. Sa Pilipinas, race to the bottom ang sahod ng mga manggagawa. Ang sahod ng mga guro, nurse, natin dito ay hindi hamak na mas mababa kumpara sa ibang bansa. Ano ba ang solusyon? Itaas ang minimum na sahod sa nakabubuhay na sahod. At ano ba yung balakid? Ang sagot, ayaw ng pribado at mga dayuhang kumpanya dahil liliit ang kanilang kita, ayaw ng mga ekonomista ng gobyerno dahil aalis din umano ang foreign corporations and companies at foreign investors dito sa Pilipinas. Ang gusto lamang nilang manggagawa ay disente at nakabubuhay na sahod, ngunit pinagkakait sa kanila ngayon ang tubo. Ito ang sagot nila laban sa mga panukala. Tapos ngayon, sasabihin ng mga pro-tsa-tsa na anti-wage hike naman, ang 100% ownership, ang lahat ng mga maitaas ang sahod. Hindi kompetisyon ang magpapataas ng sahod ng mga manggagawa. Hindi ang awa ng mga kapitalista o ng kompetisyon sa pamamagitan ng pagpapasok ng mga marami pang dayuhang kumpanyang korporasyon ang dahilan ng mga wage increase. Dekada-dekadang aktwal na karanasan ng mga Pilipino manggagawa at hindi tataas ang sahod kung hindi sasama sa ipinaglalaban. Public utilities, hindi makakapayag ang kinatawan ng ACT teachers na sa hinaharap ay pagmamay-ari na ng mga dayuhan ng lahat ng mga public utilities sa bansa. Kuryente, tubig, komunikasyon at iba pa, iinom lang ng tubig ang mga Pilipino ay kailangan niya magbayad ng water bill sa mga dayuhan. Magbubukas lang ng ventilador ay magbabayad ng electric bill sa mga dayuhan. Anong klaseng pambansang polisiya ito? Public utilities are imbued with public interest. Pero public interest pa rin ba ang mamamayani kung ito ay 100% pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan? Kung privatize pa nga lang ay tubo at kita na ang namamayani imbis na serbisyo. Paano na kaya kung dayuhang pagmamay-ari na ito? Foreign companies come and go. Kapag pinagpakitaan na nila ang Pilipino, aalis na sa Pilipinas. Okay, sa edukasyon, ang Pilipinas at ang Pilipino pa rin ba ang puso ng konstitusyon? Kung hahayaan na ang edukasyon ay makokontrol ng mga dayuhan at ang mga paaralan ay pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan, ni hindi nga makapasok sa paaralan ang mga kabataan dahil sa hirap ng buhay at kailangan nilang tumulong sa paghahanap buhay. Sa ibang mga lugar ay kailangan pang tumawid sa ilog ang mga estudyante at guro para lamang makarating sa paaralan. Uso pa rin ang textbook sharing at paghahati ng iisang classroom para sa 2 klase. Kahit ang ating gobyerno ay hindi priority ang pagpapagawa ng mga bagong pampublikong paaralan. Pinapangarap ng mga pro-tsa-tsa ay pumasok ang Harvard at iba pang mga well-funded foreign schools. Pero nakakalimutan yata nila na hindi naman mura ang tuition fee and other school fees na mga iyan. Malinaw na para lamang sa mayaman at hindi ang mga mahihirap ang walang akses sa edukasyon ang makikinabang dito. Maraming mga Pilipino ang nagtatanong kung bakit pilit na pinag-uusapan ng tsa-tsa ng mga binoto nilang mga politiko para magrepresenta sa kanila, kung hindi naman nila interes ang pagbabago nito. Sa katunayan, sinasabi ng Pulse Asia, SWS, na karamihan sa mga Pilipino ay tutol pa nga sa tsa-tsa. Bakit pilit na itinutulak ang Chacha ng Marcos Jr. administration. Unconstitutional ang ginagawa ng Kongreso ngayon sa proseso ng pag-aamyenda ng konstitusyon. Walang fourth mode ang pagbabago ng konstitusyon. Maari lamang itong gawin sa pamamagitan ng Constitutional Assembly, Constitutional Convention, People's Initiative, at wala nang iba. Hindi rin sinasagot ng mga nagpapanukala ng RB 87 kung ano ang mangyayari kung magkaiba ang version ng RB 87 ng House at ng Senado. Lalo pa ngayon lamang na magkaiba ang nakasulat sa probisyon tungkol sa pagboto ng Kongreso. Magkakaroon ba ng bicameral conference committee? Kung oo, nangangamba ang kinatawa ng ACT teachers na mayroong isingit na iba pang mga amyenda sa konstitusyon na hindi na pag-usapan dito sa House o sa Senado. Nakabatay sa karanasan ang pangambang ito, kagaya ng mga GAA fiscal year 2024. Dagdag pa rito, napakadelikado ang pagbubukas ng Chacha at sa tingin ng makabayan, parang itong test case at pages set ng President ang RB 87 sa punto na maipasa ang House of Representatives at ang Senado. Hindi malayo na magpasa din ng iba pang mga RBH sa hinaharap. Kung ganito lang pala kadali ang magpasa ng amyenda sa konstitusyon, maaari itong maabuso para maipasok yung 100% foreign ownership ng lupa, term extension, no election, pagtanggal sa prohibition sa political dynasty. So, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. Ilang daang taong nagdusa ang mga Pilipino sa ilalim ng kolonyalismo ng Espanyol, Amerikano at Hapon. Ilang daang taong pinatay, inabuso at inalipin ng ating mga ninuno ang mga dayuhang mananakop. Milyong-milyong mga Pilipino ang namatay at pinatay para lamang makamit ng inang bayan ang pinakamimithi nating kalayaan. Kung ang mga bayani ay nakikinig sa panukalang Chacha at sa mga prinsipyo at dahilan sa likod ng inihapag na pagbabago rito, ano kaya ang kanilang isisigaw? Sabi ni General Luna, negosyo o kalayaan, bayan o sarili, pumili ka. Ikaw, anong isisigaw mo? So ito po ang dahilan, Mr. Speaker, kung bakit tayo ay bumoboto ng no sa RB 87. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Castro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
Gentleman from Albay, Honorable Lagman, you recognize, sir. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, due to time constraints, I will submit in writing the full explanation of my negative vote. Resolution of both houses number 7 is flawed, both in procedure as well as in substance. Procedurally, because it does not follow any of the only 3 modes of amending or revising the Constitution. Substantially, because it forfeits to foreign dominance Philippine posterity, is in violation of the constitutional policy of the country developing a self-reliant and independent economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. Momentarily, Mr. Speaker, the approval today by the House of Representatives on third reading of the economic Chacha may be akin to Palm Sunday, with surfeit of alleluias. But in the Senate, it may be mourned like Good Friday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Lagman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arnan Panaligan. I withdraw my motion, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Manuel.
Honorable Manuel, you have three minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 reasons against RBH 7, but hopefully not 7 minutes. Number 1, mali ang premise nito. We have to admit that protectionist measures, including deglobalization and regionalization, are on the rise. At the forefront is the US itself. Imagine in a world that is supposed to be connected by technology, the US House of Representatives voted to ban TikTok to protect its own big tech companies, and it's forcing TikTok USA to find a local buyer. Silang mga makapangyarihang bansa na nagpapatupad ng protectionist policies ngayon ay sila ring nagtutulak sa mga naghihikahos na bansa gaya ng Pilipinas para lalo magbukas sa kanila. Ang unfair naman. Number 2, pangakong madaling mapako ang dala ng dayuhang kapital. Nasa interes ng big foreign corporations na huwag magdala sa atin ng makabuluhang tulong para hindi tayo makabuo ng mauunlad na pambansang industriya at manatili tayo nakasandal sa kanila. We start by being beggars for FDI, we'll end up begging for more. Number 3, strong domestic foundations muna. Before China and Russia pursued the wrong expansionist path and became strategic competitors of the US, umabante sila dahil ginamit nila ang kabad ng bayan para mamuhunan sa mga susing industriya. Pinatupad ang tunay na reformang agraryo, kaya nakalikha sila ng mga dekalidad na trabaho para sa mamamayan nila. Number 4, walang unity para sa economic chacha, not even among Filipino economists. Meanwhile, in the education sector, school heads, teachers, and students are in harmony, united in saying that economic chacha is not the answer. Number 5, we can be resourceful for the wrong reasons. Inaprubahan dati ang Chacha via Concon, sinoportahan ang di umano'y People's Initiative at ngayon naman tinatahak ang 4th mode para amyendahan ang konstitusyon. Parang forum shopping po ang nangyayari. Number 6, hindi galing sa taong bayan ang panukalang Chacha. By endorsing Chacha, the sitting president is going against one of his sworn duties in his oath as per Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution. That is, to preserve and defend the Constitution. Number 7, iba ang pangunahing problema ng taong bayan. Sa survey ng WR numero, 44% ang nagsabi na walang pinagbago ang antas ng kahirapan sa bansa under Marcos Jr. or under Duterte. 47% naman ang nagsabi, lumala pa nga under the current admin. At sabi ng 59%, lumala din ang presyo ng bilihin in the current admin. Napatunayan po, Mr. Speaker, walang anumang batas na pumapabor sa malaking negosyo o dayuhan ang matagumpay na nagpababa ng presyo ng kuryente, tubig, petrolyo, pamasahe at iba pa. Nagiging daluyan lang ang ganong mga batas para tumaas ang presyo kahit palpak ang serbisyo. For those 7 reasons, we vote no to RBH 7. Para sa inang bayan, no to economic charter change. At sa lahat ng mga ina, Happy Women's Month.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Panaligan for his explanation.
Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes to resolution of both houses. Number 7, and by way of explanation, state the following. Mr. Speaker, I am in favor of removing the restrictive economic provisions in the present Constitution. At the outset, let me state that I am not a big fan of neoliberal economics that advocate liberalization, deregulation, and privatization, among others. I believe that the state should play a role in the economy to foster growth with equity. I believe in a measure of protection for our industries to enable them to compete. I believe that we must pursue national industrialization so that we can be self-reliant in producing the basic needs of our people and the strategic requirements of our country. But I also believe that economic ideologies or economic models should not be enshrined in a written constitution. The future generations of Filipinos should be given the freedom to decide on what path to economic development they want to pursue in accordance with the prevailing circumstances of their times. As Professor Archibald Cox wrote, the genius in constitution writing lies in the ability of its framers to say enough, but not too much. Just enough to give those who would come after them a point of reference, but not so much as to inhibit their successors who would live in change and changing worlds. Mr. Speaker, I submit that the time is now ripe to revisit the present Constitution. As a creation of human minds, it is not a perfect document. It is not a product of divine inspiration like the sacred scriptures that we mortals cannot alter. After 37 years, we can now examine and correct the deficiencies in the structure, the institutions, and organs of the state established in the Constitution that contribute to the persistent ills in our society. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let us now stand on the threshold of history. Let us not hesitate to initiate a review of the present Constitution to make it responsive and attuned to the dynamic changes that the framers did not foresee and could not have foreseen. In the words of Dean Roscoe Pound, the law must be stable, but it cannot stand still. Justice Benjamin Cardozo hinted on the need for the Constitution to evolve and adapt to change. In these words, and I quote, "The inn that shelters for the night is not the journey's end. The Constitution, like the traveler, must be ready for the morrow." I therefore vote yes to RBH number 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Panaligan. Majority Leader, before we proceed, allow me to read this correction of our voting result. I was informed by the Secretariat of the correction in the result of the nominal voting on resolution on both houses, number 7, that the body earlier approved on third reading. The correct result should be as follows. Affirmative votes, 288 instead of 289. Negative votes, 8 instead of 7. And abstentions remain at 2. If you therefore let the records reflect that he said results. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General be directed to immediately transmit to the Senate House Bill number 9710 and the resolution of both Houses number 7 that we have just approved on third reading. So move.
Secretary General, as stated. Secretary General. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move for the creation of the Ad Hoc Committee on Agricultural Services Convergence Initiative and with this jurisdiction as follows. All matters directly and principally relating to Agricultural Services Convergence Initiative, the possession, utilization, control, and management of state, public, and private lands, including ancestral domains, and the conduct by the state or any of its agents or instrumentalities in agricultural business and its value chain. Mr. Speaker,
is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion for the creation of the Ad Hoc Committee on Agriculture Services Convergence Initiative with its jurisdiction is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the creation of the Ad Hoc Committee on Agricultural Services Convergence Initiative, I move to nominate and elect on the part of the majority the following as members of the said Ad Hoc Committee. As Chairperson, Representative Michael John Duavit. As Vice Chairpersons, Representative Wilfredo Mark Enverga and Representative Solomon Chungalao. As members, Representative Lord Velasco, Representative Marlene Alonte, Representative Elizalde Esco, Representative Joey Salceda, Representative Luisa Loren Cuaresma, Representative Siriaco Gato Jr., Representative Francisco Kiko Benitez, Representative Romeo S. Momo Sr., Representative Roman Romulo, Representative Geraldine Roman, Representative Manuel Sagarbaria, Representative Alan T., Representative Jose Alvarez, Representative Stella Luz Kimbo, Representative Michaela Angela Swansing, Representative Ray Reyes, Representative Anthony Rolando Goles Jr., Representative Florida Rida Robes, Representative Eleandro Jesus Madrona, Representative Maria Feabunda, Representative Albert Garcia, and Representative Vincente Emano. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to nominate and elect on the part of the majority the following members as enumerated is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable J.C. Abalos for his manifestation.
Honorable Abalos, please proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, I move to nominate and elect to the Ad Hoc Committee on Agriculture Services Convergence Initiative Representative Marcelino C. Libanan and Representative J.C. Abalos.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. The motion to nominate and elect to the Ad Hoc Committee on Agriculture Services Convergence Initiative is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended.
Yes. Talk about that.
Session resumed.
Our dear colleagues, the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, will address the body.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Honorable Deputy Speakers, Majority Leader, a special mention to the Senior Deputy Majority Leader and the Young Guns. A Minority Leader, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before the hands of the clock mark another adjournment of our session, let me express my heartfelt thanks to the workhorses of our legislative body. Of course, our esteemed Senior Deputy Speaker and our Deputy Speakers, our resolute Majority Leader, together with ever-reliable Senior Deputies and Assistant Majority Leaders, our hard-working counterparts, of course, in the minority, led by the equally diligent Minority Leader and our tireless committee chairpersons. I am truly humbled and grateful for the unwavering support and dedication that each one of you has fervently displayed. We are also grateful to our conscientious House Secretariat officials and our trustworthy congressional staff. Please give them a hand. Each one of you plays a quintessential role in the orchestration of our legislative symphony. Your strategic leadership, unwavering commitment, and seamless support have been indispensable to our collective achievements. Your meticulous efforts ensure the wheels of progress turn smoothly, and I am profoundly grateful to each and every one of you. Together, we have transformed vision into action, and for that, you have my deepest appreciation. In terms of our legislative outputs, we have achieved significant milestones with the passage of pivotal laws such as the Republic Act number 11981 or the Tatak Pinoy Act, RA 11982, which amends the Centenaries Act of 2016, RA 11983, or the new Philippine Passport Act. These legislative achievements underscore our unwavering resolve to uplift and honor every segment of our society, from the valiant seafarers navigating the high seas to our esteemed centenarians who have weathered the tides of time and make the application process for their regular passports readily accessible to every Filipino. I also wish to highlight a landmark legislation that embodies our commitment to the educational equity and the welfare of our youth, RA 11984, otherwise known as the No Permit, No Exam Prohibition Act. This act is a testament to our dedication to break down barriers to education and ensure that every Filipino student is granted the opportunity to succeed irrespective of their financial circumstances. Another equally important legislation that would advance the development and modernization of the salt industry in the country is the passage of RA 11985, or the Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. With this law, we hope to create more jobs in the countryside and the coastal communities and become salt self-sufficient and eventually a net exporter of salt. Our commitment and untiring efforts have led us to an impressive performance indeed. The House has successfully passed all 17 SONA priority measures on the third and final reading, and of the 17 bills, 3 were enacted into law. 1 is under the consideration of the bicameral conference, and 13 are waiting action by the Senate. Your unwavering dedication and determination have once again shown through in these accomplishments. Furthermore, 56 out of the 59 Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council priority measures for the 19th Congress, or a noteworthy 95%, have already been approved on third reading by the House of Representatives, and 14 of these have been enacted into law. Last year, before we went on Christmas break, I announced to this august chamber that we passed all the 20 priority measures targeted by December 2023. During the fourth LEDAC Council meeting held yesterday morning, I reported to the President and to all members of the Council that the House of the People garnered a 100% target completion of these priority 20 measures. Thank you. In the Council meeting, the National Economic Development Authority, as the Secretariat of the LEDAC, proposed and presented an abbreviated or reprioritized list of 15 measures targeted for passage by June 2024. This is from an initial list of 23 measures proposed by the LEDAC TWG. After some discussion, 2 bills from the original list were retained: the Department of Water Resources and the Open Access to Data Transmission. 2 more bills were added: the proposed Apprenticeship Act and the Create More. Both houses of Congress and President Marcos decided on a total of 19 measures that are targeted for passage by June 2024. And I am honored to say that whether the new list of the target for June 2024 contained 15, 19, or 23 priority bills, the results are still the same. On the part of the House of Representatives, an awe-inspiring 100% mark. All of these measures have been approved on third and final reading, again, 3 months ahead of schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done our homework. Our accomplishments reflect our proactive stance in catering to the needs of the people by passing these much-needed legislation that are attuned to the Philippine Development Plan and the 8-point socio-economic under the medium-term fiscal framework of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Wala po tayong backlog sa trabaho. Tapos natin ang mga napakasunduang assignment bago pa man dumating ang deadline. Ang grado natin sa LEDAC ay 100%. Lahat ng ito ay dahil sa pagkakaisa natin sa sipag ninyong lahat at sa malasakit na ipinakita ninyo sa trabaho at sa mamamayan. Likewise, our exercise of oversight functions through legislative inquiries have been pivotal in safeguarding the integrity of government institutions and the welfare of our people. These inquiries are the bedrock of accountability and transparency within our government. And to mention a few of these notable inquiries, we inquired on the implementation gaps of various laws and policies that provide discounts, incentives, and tax exemptions for senior citizens and persons with disabilities. The House Committees on Ways and Means, Senior Citizens, and Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities recommended that the harmonization of PWDs and senior citizens benefits, discounts eligibility during promotional sales, senior citizen and PWD programs and projects using the National Tax Allotment, and conversion of the National Council on Disability Affairs into a commission with adequate implementation and enforcement powers. Dahil sa aksyon nito ng mga committee at pagbabantay ng Kongreso na itaas natin ang discount sa grocery ng ating mga senior citizens at persons with disability. Sa mga susunod na araw, itataas din ang kanilang discount mula 260 pesos tungo sa 500 pesos kada buwan. Our Committee on Health has also been relentless in pushing PhilHealth to provide more meaningful benefits to the Filipino people under the universal health care. Naitaas natin ang benefit package para sa breast cancer patients mula 100,000 pesos tungo sa 1.4 million pesos. Nagawa rin nating mailibre ang mammogram at ultrasound exam para sa lahat ng kababayang Pilipino para mailigtas sila sa sakit ng cancer. Moreover, we have taken the lead in constructing the Philippine Cancer Center, an advanced facility designed to serve as a place of healing and optimism. This center seeks to revolutionize cancer care in the country by incorporating the latest medical innovations and promoting collaboration among specialists to offer a top-tier setting for individuals battling cancer. As to the progress of the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, the House Committee on Transportation approved a resolution requesting the President and the Department of Transportation to consider extending the deadline for jeepney consolidation with lapsed on December 31, 2023, until concrete plans to address the major issues in this program are formulated. Pinagbigyan naman tayo ng Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa pakiusap ng ito na nagpapasalamat tayo sa kanya sa pagdinig sa ating hiling. Umaasa tayo na magiging sapat ang ekstensyon na naibigay para mas sigurong hindi mawawala ng trabaho ang libo-libong jeepney drivers na naapektuhan ng programa ito. On the franchise violations of Sunshine Media Network International, we have conducted numerous hearings, and after persistent non-compliance and absence at the hearings conducted, the House Committee on Legislative Franchises cited Mr. Kibuloy in contempt on March 12, 2024. This decisive action underscores our commitment to uphold the integrity of broadcasting standards and the public's trust. For violating certain terms and conditions granted in its franchise contract embodied in RA 11422, or the law extending the grant of the franchise to SMNI, the plenary approved on third and final reading House Bill number 9710, revoking the franchise of SMNI by 284 members voting in the affirmative. This unequivocally affirms that the special privilege of holding a legislative franchise constitutes a right and duty to be performed by the grantee, and is contingent upon the fulfillment of legal, ethical obligations to our nation. Inutupad lamang natin ang mandatong iniatang sa atin ng konstitusyon at ng mga taong bayan. Walang personalan dito, trabaho lang. On the resolution of both houses, RBH 7, proposing crucial amendments to certain restrictive economic provisions within the 1987 Constitution that have until now hampered our full economic potential, we have paved the way and created a turning point for our nation. By 288 affirmative votes, or more than the requisite 3/4 vote mandated by the Constitution, in fact, it is a 93% percentage, we have passed RBH 7, a resolution poised to catalyze a new era of economic vitality and competitiveness for the Philippines. The proposed insertion of "unless otherwise provided by law" into these provisions is a clear testament to our readiness to adapt to the dynamic global economy, ensuring that our legislative framework can swiftly respond to changing economic conditions while steadfastly safeguarding our national interests. With the approval of RBH 7 on third and final reading and its subsequent transmission to the Senate, we stand at the cusp of realizing a more open and robust economy. This is more than just an economic imperative. It is a clarion call to action that resonates with the aspirations of the Filipino for a more prosperous and secure future. Malinaw ang panawagan ng ating mamamayan. Kailangan nila ng mas maraming trabaho, posible lang ito kung maraming negosyong papasok sa ating bansa. Kailangan din nating buksan ang ating ekonomiya para mas lalo maging matibay at matatag ito sa hamon ng makabagong panahon. Obligasyon natin ito sa ating mga anak at sa susunod na henerasyon. On the global stage, we stand resolute behind the President's foreign policy initiatives to fortify bilateral relations and uphold sovereignty and territorial integrity, particularly concerning the West Philippine Sea dispute. By God's grace, all our efforts towards the betterment of our country and the Filipino people will soon come to fruition. And as the Lenten season approaches, let us strive toward a closer alignment with the virtues that epitomize the best of our existence. In the words of our Pope Francis, Lent comes providentially to reawaken us, to shake us from our lethargy. Let us harness this season to reignite our passion for service and recommit to the cause of our nation and our people. Once again, I extend my profound gratitude to all members of this House for your unwavering dedication and service to the nation. Together, we have forged significant progress, and I stand confident that united in purpose and action, we will continue to chart a course toward a new Philippines, one that is robust, equitable, and prosperous for all Filipinos. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas! Mabuhay ang sambayang Pilipino! Mabuhay tayong lahat! Mabuhay ang 19th Congress!
Buhay!
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, after working overtime, double time, did our homework, finished our assignment, passing 100% all the priority legislative measures. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until April 29, 2024 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Session is adjourned until April 29, 2024 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Gusto mo dito kayo? Grabe.